Alrighty, looks like we might be live and alive. Give me a few moments to check on a few settings here. Let's close this out just for a second. Let's go here. Let's go there. Let's go here. How's everyone doing? While we wait for me to get a few things set up in the background here. Taking me a minute or two to do this, but it's okay. We will survive. We will survive. So again, as always, if you wanted to debate me or discuss any of the things that we are discussing on... If you disagree or agree, you can debate me and discuss this with me, and I will explain it to you in full, and we can have this all work together. And you can check the chat. You will find a message in there. Go the fuck away, please. Jesus. That's annoying. Okay. There you go. Pin message. Thanks. That should link to link properly. Well, let's make sure we get that in everywhere else that we need to get that into. Well, we need that open. We need that open. And we need this open, which... Gotta make sure we don't have sound here. We don't want to blast anybody's eardrums just yet. It's taking a second to load in. Yeah, good. No sound. We don't need any sound just yet. All right, I think we're good. Finally. So, as with our kind of thing we've been dealing with for a while now, let me reset all these, make sure that they're working properly. Good. Yeah. All right. So, a thing we will kind of have to deal with, or we're talking about, is again moved a little bit away from the academic anti-intellectualism, and we're kind of looking at the pop culture anti-intellectualism. It's filled across. You have so much in America at this point. It's kind of an American feature to be anti-intellectual, to be against these things. So one of the things we're looking at is kind of the YouTube review sphere, kind of bringing in a actual, here's how you actually do critical analysis. And some of the issues that I find with how critical analysis, how film analysis, fictional analysis is being done in these YouTube spheres. And the big thing that I want to get across is that the problem is not... Can't spell today. Not always the politics of the review, but the methods and kind of the analytical aspects that are lacking or faulty. Again, this is the biggest issue that I find with all of this, is that when you look at these kind of reviews, whether you agree with them or disagree with them, major issues with them just end up being that they are biased without reasoning. And that's an important aspect, is that, again, being biased is not necessarily particularly good. But again, part of the thing that you think about with bias is that bias is, if we were to extend this here, bias is undeclared preassumptions and assertions, in many ways, premises without backing or detailed structuring. Pre-assumptions, there we go. Assumptions and assertions, premises without backing or that affect the analysis in unreasonable ways. And so this is kind of like controls, if you want to think about it from like a scientific method thing, is that when you are biased, part of the problem of bias is that it is a control vector that is, or I'm sorry, it's not. It's a variable n vector that is not accounted for explicitly in the analysis/test. So again, this is like if you were to do any kind of scientific test and you don't account for heat, and you're doing some kind of biological test or chemical test, and you are not accounting for heat. So every time you test, you are testing in an incredibly hot environment, and you don't ever think to explain or to tell the person what you are doing is happening in a very hot environment. Again, what you might be saying is true or may be actually observable. There could be, again, fraudulent research after this point and fraudulent data, but the big thing is that you are not being responsible. Even if you are biased, the problem is with this is that even if I disagree with you, if you include all of your data and you actually put down into words and you put very specifically the reasons, rationale, you show your work, I can better understand my disagreement, and or I can better understand why I might be wrong and you might be more correct in certain circumstances. Or at the very least, I understand. Everything else, if you don't do this, then it's just feelings-based. And that's ultimately what I see a lot in this kind of medium is just of feelings without any logic behind the feelings. Again, the big thing right there is, well, hold on, they're just pointing out logical fallacies in their reviews. Oftentimes, it is important to understand what logic is being broken in this moment. If it is illogical, what are the logical rules that it is breaking? You have to be able to explain or detail these things out. The reason is because it could be very easily that, logic is illogical in a illogical framework. If Again, somebody could say, well, it's just illogical why this white woman would be attracted to this black man. It just makes no sense. White women are not possibly attracted to black men to any degree. They're only ever attracted to their race unless they're somehow defective or strange. Like if I'm explaining my rationale that, oh, well, a white woman could only possibly be attracted to a black man because of some kind of psychological or mental defect, I'm at least giving you a little bit of the framework and explaining the rationale behind my reaction or my dislike or my calling this illogical. And then you can say, oh, well, hold on a second. This guy, of course, this guy thinks that this object, this thing, is illogical because he's an illogical thinker, a rational thinker who has a broken worldview, and he is distorting it, or otherwise he's looking at it and seeing things that are technically normal, but again, they're the one that are wrong. This is what happens when you're kind of a coward. You need to bring in your actual and account for your baggage. Sorry, I need a drink of water real quick. So, we're going to take a short look. It's a relatively short review from The Critical Drinker. And I've seen a lot of The Critical Drinker. And for the most part, The Critical Drinker is just a kind of what you might describe as a sloppy researcher, sloppy reviewer, somebody who just kind of does quick and dirty reviews that are almost primarily just for entertainment, which, okay, yeah, he's just trying to entertain, but again, this is one of those things where I feel like there has been a major sacrifice in the pursuit of, again, just the entertainment of rage is more important than truth and truth and accuracy. Again, it's more important to be the comedian on stage than it is to be any kind of truth teller. And the problem is I think with a lot of people, their entertainment is their only source of information. Thus, there is no necessary delineation between fact and fiction, because entertainment of all types lends towards fiction. Again, entertainment lends itself more towards fiction than it does to fact. And again, if you want to bridge this gap, you have to be careful. You have to be responsible. You have to make sure that at the end of the day, whatever jokes you're leaning towards, they always have to point towards the actual truth of the matter. Now, let's watch some of Critical Drinker's review here. We're going to do this as we always do it, point by point.
Wow, I've been on quite the roller coaster ride with Alien Earth. The moment the show was announced, my reaction was, wait, what? You're making another Alien prequel? Jesus, this franchise has been Brendan Gleeson so hard that Arthur Fleck must feel bad for it. I'm actually starting to feel sorry for the xenomorphs at this point. Then the first trailer came out, and much to my surprise, it actually looked pretty good. Just like Alien Romulus, it captured the look and feel of the Alien universe perfectly, offering up another healthy portion of sci-fi horror and action with some interesting new possibilities for expanding the lore. And the first episode seemed to confirm my hopes. There was action and spectacle, gorgeous visuals and production design, a talented cast, gory body horror, sinister corporate conspiracies, grizzled looking crewmen sitting around smoky briefing rooms, and a thoughtful exploration of a facet of the alien universe that often gets neglected. Holy shit.
Okay, so for the most part, he seems to bring up all positive things. Now, it's important to think about what are all the positives he brings up. So let's go for it. Let's see. Let's list them out.
pretty good. Just like Alien Romulus, it captured the look and feel of the alien.
So he likes look and feel. Look and feel. What else?
Universe perfectly, offering up another healthy portion of sci-fi horror and action with some interesting new.
So, we'll include that in there. Sci-fi horror and action. Okay.
Possibilities for expanding the lore, and the first episode seemed
Expanding the lore. Sure.
to confirm my hopes. There was action and spectacle, gorgeous visuals,
Visuals good.
and production design, a talented cast.
And then he says talented. Hold on. Talented cast.
Gory body horror,
Gory body horror, sure.
sinister corporate conspiracy,
Sinister corporate conspiracies.
grizzled looking crewmen sitting around smoky briefing rooms, and a thoughtful exploration of a facet of the alien.
I would just include that last one in kind of the aesthetic like of things. And this last one.
Looking crewmen sitting around smoky briefing rooms, and a thoughtful exploration of a facet of the alien universe that often gets neglected. Holy shit, maybe this show was actually going to be decent. I even said as much on Twitter while ranting about some retarded journalist who sees literally all of entertainment as a gender identity seminar.
Okay. So, this is where we're immediately having to signpost our politics and signpost our disdain for anybody else's opinion, thoughts on this matter in a way that is meant to not just to separate them out from acceptable, but meant to destroy and or silence. You're wanting this person to never ever speak and be silenced again. And I can understand that. I certainly would probably like Critical Drinker to never speak about media ever again, but it is just kind of it is really anti what I believe in. And I believe in, again, people of all walks of life being allowed to discuss the media they want, as long as they are doing so in a way that is appropriate to the media, appropriate to analysis. That doesn't mean treating the medium respectfully in some kind of reverent sense, but I mean, again, you're not making up shit, you're not lying about it, you're not completely and totally misrepresenting it, and if you are re-representing it through a different critical lens, you are at least acknowledging that. So if somebody says, I'm going to look at something through a critical gender critical or some kind of queer theory analysis, that's fine. They told you what they're going to do. That's kind of like saying, hey, I'm going to make a engine out of wood. To see the differences and kind of explore how I have to change my understanding of what an engine is and how an engine should work and what an engine needs to do to be an engine, while still trying to keep it be an engine, but in the context of wood. You saying that's stupid because engines are made of metal and that's just stupid and retarded is itself a really stupid and retarded fucking response. They've told you this. If you don't like this, don't read it. if you don't agree with the tweet, you don't have to respond necessarily to that. Unless that tweet is actively attacking and or desiring to exclude and eliminate other points of view. Now, I don't necessarily know this, but I might have to look up. Let's look up what the tweet is, because we want to actually do research. He says that he's doing this, and he was responding to some gender, blah, blah, blah. But here, well, let's bring in like the sentence, just so we have that. So let's go back and let's listen to exactly what he
Holy
says.
shit, maybe this show was actually going to be decent. I even said...
The frustrating thing is that the show itself is actually pretty good so far, but morons like this will inevitably try to hijack it. And again, here's my next real big annoyance with this kind of approach to things. And honestly, it's a big problem I find with a lot of fandoms, is that there is an obsession immature and kind of exclusionary with making or with claiming media as their own and marking anyone else as an outsider / other / danger. Like, there just seems to be this absolute, they are hijacking it. How are they hijacked? Did they take it? What is this? Oh, they're hijacking attention. Attention seeking and narcissistic to the max, along with extreme levels of entitlement. Like, because I'm a fan and I bought this medium, the media must stay exactly the same. I am the customer. It must always stay the same, and if they change it, they are evil and bad and terrible. Look, you may like McDonald's burger the way it is now, but if McDonald's burger changes it, this is not some betrayal of you. It wasn't hijacked by something. They changed it because they're fucking allowed to change it. And you can either change your relationship with this and consume it still, but consume it differently. Like, let's just say McDonald's goes vegetarian, all vegetarian. I might still eat at McDonald's. I'm not a big McDonald's eater, but occasionally I do go there. But I might still go there, but I'll go there when I am hankering a vegetarian burger. It's not very often, but I sometimes don't want a meat burger or don't want something like that. I might, again, I want something a little different. Instead of, oh, this is the place I go to get a cheeseburger, I now categorize this is the place I go to get a vegetarian vegan burger. And then that's it. Now, I might go to McDonald's considerably less because I don't eat a lot of vegetarian vegan food. But that doesn't mean that it was hijacked and are stolen. And this hyperbole, this just weird obsession with having things is just weird. And again, it is such a projection. This inevitably to try to hijack it and claim it for themselves because everything has to be about reinforcing their own beliefs. Well, if you've watched any of The Critical Drinker or anything about Nerderotic, I've had to watch a couple of their videos. I watched the one and reviewed it last time, and now we're watching Critical Drinker, and I've been aware of his existence. The big thing that I have noticed is that if a movie kind of, or especially if it's a movie or franchise that they feel like they have engaged with and made a claim on, if a movie or series or some form of media expresses an ideology or politics or expresses some kind of different analytical lens or creative lens than the one that they like, they shit all over it and either and make claims that this was better before this happens, i.e., they are trying to make a claim on it that reinforces their own beliefs. This is levels of projection that is hard to understand. But let's actually look at what was the context for this. So, hold on, I need to move a window slightly over here. I want to see if I could find the Twitter context of this. So, the critical drinker. I know it's called X these days, but I rarely ever do that. So this looks like it is his X Twitter account. All right. I want to find what he's responding to. So this is from about a week ago, 22 hours ago, 6 days since this was released. So I'm going to go back about a week because, again, this is what a good professional does, is they want to look at, okay, do I agree or disagree? Maybe he is responding to somebody who is doing something really unnecessary. Something that was unnecessary, hostile, and or exclusionary. That's perfectly fine. If he's doing that, let's go back. All right. Let's see. And again. Oh, wait, hold on. Wow, there's a wow, that's a lot of hatred. Okay. So, as I kind of thought, this is exactly the same thing that Nerdrotic was responding to. So let's see if we can bring this up on the thing here. We might actually need a secondary window here. Well, actually, no, I think we can actually do this one. Hold on. Why does it never grab the thing I actually wanted to grab? There we are. All right. So, here we are. This is her little review. See at the top right there. All right. Let me bring it up on my end so I can actually read it a little bit more clearly. All right. The Alien franchise has always been about the body, its boundaries, its vulnerabilities, its transformations. Alien Earth reframes this through a sharp, queer-coded lens. A haunting fusion of sci-fi, corporate dystopia, and Peter Pan references. My review. Now, notice how back in Nerdrotic, if you look back at that one, Nerdrotic ended kind of right here. I don't believe Nerdrotic, and more importantly, his quote kind of ends right here. And he kind of cuts off. I don't remember seeing this bottom line right about there, this bottom text here. Now, this is important because this is, no shit, I just literally forgot the term for it. It's not a poll quote. It is, again, this is a blurb advertising her review. So think about a movie, like some kind of movie thing, to where somebody says, "Oh, science, action has never been hotter or sexier in this moment here. See, Jennifer Lawrence in Battle Babe 29 in theaters 20." The first sentence, that first section right there, is literally a kind of like a preview taste of what the article or the thing that you're advertising, the text, will be about. So it is not necessarily written explicitly like trying to tell you or argue or making any kind of hard analytical claims necessarily. What it's doing is it's making a claim about what this particular X is about and its feelings and thoughts and what it's trying to argue or suggest maybe. It is literally just a thesis statement. If you want to think about it from a analytical like essay review thing. So a thesis statement is a claim, but it's not a claim of ownership. It's not a claim that other people are wrong. And also, when you're making an argument, you also understand that there will be people who disagree with you and people who agree with you. But the claim is not an improper thing to do. You have to make a claim. Otherwise, you're just summarizing things, and there can be no argument based upon that. You have to make a claim. Again, her review is literally going to be looking at it through probably analyzing in her own way how Alien Earth, according to her, has some queer-coded aspects to it, and that it's a haunting fusion of sci-fi, corporate dystopia, and Peter Pan references. Thus, again, this all sounds like just tagline stuff, which it is, because it's her review. She's just advertising her review. This is like getting pissed off and upset that Fox movie division or whatever says are you ready for, or some kind of movie reviewer saying that the newest Fast and the Furious is a wild and insane ride that pumps up the action to 11 and drives home a victory. And then somebody goes, I'm sorry, are you really saying this like pumps people's blood? How can fiction actually pump? Like, this would be the equivalent of getting upset that they are speaking in hyperbole. I'm sorry, you saying this is more exciting than a John Wick? I don't think so. Again, whether you like her looking at it through this or not, one, she is fucking allowed to, because this is America, god damn it, and also intellectually, it is important to have people look at things through a lens that you may or may not agree with and don't understand. It's probably a good thing. And again, she's allowed to do this, and there's no claim or ownership here. And then let's look at the responses. The LGBTQ fatigue is real. Stop making everything about you and your insufferable community. One, who knows if she is a part of this community or not, but here's the big thing. Why not? Do you respond to, again, Christian or conservative reviewers who review movies and go, the LGBTQ community puts out another drivel thing that is a racing R thing? Do you have the same degree of, why are you making it about your stupid community? Take a franchise, kill it. Who killed this franchise? And again, these are all the same people who are like the critical drinker who are responding to this thing. Is this? I would question again with Vlad and all these type of people, who killed the Alien franchise? Was the Alien franchise killed by woke people, or was the Alien franchise killed by itself and corporate greed and Ridley fucking Scott? Make it gay, wear its carcass like a skin suit, demand praise for the effort. What do you... And then again, more bigotry that is very much coded in that exact same weird joke that Nerdrotic made about how he projected onto this show 13-year-olds and like 12, 13-year-olds in adult bodies, and that must mean like there's some kind of weird pedophilic Lolita like sexualization of children. And he made that weird joke about how because she looked at this through she's analyzing this through a queer-coded lens, somehow that pedophilia is tainted on there, like that weird-ass joke right there. It's really nasty. And then, of course, naturally, we just have more weird... And, of course, we have some more transphobia. Again, this is just not understanding that not understanding anything about critical analysis. If you don't like it, don't participate in it. Don't look at it. Don't think about it. Again, this weird obsession. So here's the framework. So then his response to this is, it's when you have to make literally everything about you. But she didn't. She's not making it about her. She's making it about a critical lens, which again, you can do. You can analyze. Again, how do you think we get the concepts of themes and ideas? Is we analyze them, and it's not just because they're necessarily there. It's because they're there because they're put there by the author, or we project onto them these things, and the author either knows this or doesn't know this. This is why, again, a piece of fiction can be reacted to in one way, reading it, and then reading it in a different cultural context can inspire a different one. People who analyze these things and are interested in this, again, they have to understand, or at least be aware of, these changing lenses that obviously are distorting this, because the fiction didn't change, but our reception of it did. You could take things like Uncle Tom's Cabin. When it was first released, it is a blockbuster seller. People find it to be one of the most compelling and emotionally just kind of devastating and truly inspirational, but also just politically motivated. Like it's this amazing work of fiction that really actually does kind of aid in the abolitionist movement and popularizing the abolitionist movement, and especially popularizing, making it more grounded, the horrors and the unacceptable nature of slavery. This was the way in which it was viewed for decades and decades. Then there is a resurgence through this, a re-examination of this through the Black Power and kind of the more radical Black Power kind of movement that you might see in around, starting, I suppose, earlier in the 50s, but around like 50s, 60s, and 70s, when, again, you have civil rights, but you have Malcolm X, you have more radical things, and there's a bit of analysis that comes in, people going back to Uncle Tom's Cabin and finding that while it is, and they would even say this, while it is very sappy and it's still emotionally drawn or whatever, the nature of Uncle Tom and his, in many ways, ideological and spiritual slave-ishness to kind of white people was that, even, again, this kind of puts black people still, even if you're freeing them, in some subordinate servant position to white people and white culture. This is, again, not necessarily a bad way of viewing it. It's not a good way, but it is the way in which people are now responding. So now, again, we've gotten to the point where calling somebody, especially a black person, a Uncle Tom, is a slur. Even though back then, prior to this, Uncle Tom, calling them Uncle Tom or something like that, you probably wouldn't have done that. It wasn't like a common vernacular thing. But Uncle Tom was seen as a positive, inspirational, Jesus-like figure. Understanding that change requires you to understand how lenses can change people's reception of things. So the frustrating thing is that the show itself is actually pretty good so far, but morons like this will inevitably try to hijack it and claim it for themselves, because everything has to be about reinforcing their own beliefs. Again, this is her essay and her feelings on this. She's not hijacking shit. She's literally explaining, this is what I feel and think about this. She is making no more claim to this medium than you are, you critical drinker, you ass. And then being this biased, this kind of vicious towards him, just seems so unnecessary. You know, it just seems so unnecessary, so unnecessarily hostile. And again, it leads into this weird obsession entitlement. And honestly, the way I kind of view it is that this is just loser behavior that is paranoid that they will become less powerful and less relevant to the world as they know deep down that they are not important. Again, this is paranoia. If they will replace us and they will take us over. Again, unless you're completely and utterly worthless as a human being, it's not going to happen. It's just a weird paranoia and this kind of childlike obsession. This is the way in which pancakes are made. This is the way in which mommy made my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And anybody who suggests otherwise, even somebody says, I hear somebody say that peanut butter and jelly sandwiches aren't good, I immediately take that as a personal insult because my identity is only around the things I consume and not around myself. As an independent and individual, I am only what I consume, and it's just so weird.
As much on Twitter while ranting about some retarded journalist who sees literally all of entertainment as a gender identity seminar.
Again, this is like, again, getting upset, whether you like it or not, getting upset at, say, a Christian who, again, in their own readings, what they produce is, hey, what I do is I like to look at fiction through a Christian lens. That doesn't mean that it's bad or good, and that doesn't mean that I demand that it change, and that doesn't mean anything. All it is that I take fiction and I look at it through a lens that I find is personal and interesting. What's wrong with this?
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
But time really does.
And beyond that, we already discussed, again, a lot of the themes that she's talking about are themes that are kind of in the films. So I just, whatever.
Make fools of us all because soon enough Team Retard arrived in the shape of episode 2 and all that interesting world building, smart character development and thought-provoking ideas went out the window in favor.
So I think, again, the general idea, the feeling is to turn against this medium because it is made by people who are more left-leaning, and some indication in some way or shape or form, these people who are obsessed with ownership and with purity politics, critical drinkers obsessed with this, has somehow identified or got this paranoia that this work, this medium, is not, is too woke, or it's somehow terrible. It's kind of like, again, the guy who fakes having a goddamn allergy to gluten, and they're just this again bigoted, stupid person. They don't have an allergy to gluten, and you feed them a bunch of gluten unintentionally. You didn't know that they had it, and now all of a sudden they read the ingredients on the food that they're eating and they go, oh my god, there's gluten in here, even though they've been eating it for days and they're fine, no reaction. And now they're all of a sudden like, no, this is terrible, evil food. This food sucks ass. I hate this food. It also has gluten in it. It could kill somebody who has a gluten allergy, like me. I want you to treat them just like that. Because there's nothing in here. Again, the difference between episode 1 and episode 2, I'm sorry, I don't know what they're looking at. But let's see.
Of tired, predictable chase scenes, over-the-top kills.
Tired, predictable chase scenes. Again, how is it predictable and or tired? And more importantly, this is literally like just a theme. I'm sorry, every chase scene is tired and predictable because they're all the same thing. This is literally, you want the same thing. These are themes and these are just devices that people use in film. Like, tell me, how do you make a chase scene that is not reminiscent of every other goddamn chase scene? Now, you might find creative, weird ways to film it or something like that. But ultimately, a chase scene is a fucking chase scene. Oh, don't have chase scenes. Okay, so then we're going to ignore a major and very effective kind of tension grabber, attention escalator, and semi-actionable scene that is very useful for narrative and plot structure to move characters from one point to another point. We're just going to abandon it completely because wow, you've seen one before. What's wrong? This is the thing, is that I'm 95% certain he's not going to explain why it's tired, why it's a tired chase scene.
Ideas went out the window in favor of tired, predictable chase scenes, over the top.
So let's list all the bad things now. Tired chase scenes.
Kills.
That's a weird one. Over the top kills. That's a okay. So you're in a horror movie with body horror and extreme violence, and over the top kills is somehow a bad thing. Okay.
Idiot characters who roll the dice on intelligent decision making.
Idiot characters doing idiot things. Okay.
And come up with snake eyes every single time. Goofy humor that's more out of place than a daycare center.
Goofy humor that is out of place.
In a strip club, and directions so amateurish that it makes Yui Ball look like Stanley Kubrick.
And direction bad. Direction bad. Again, vague. All of these things. You're going to need to define what makes something tired. What is the issue with over the top? Here's the fun one. We'll leave that one for the next one. Okay, so humor that's out of place. Again, I know the scene he's talking about where the guy is just basically, they're having a costume party. And again, it's kind of just a juxtaposition. And it's again like, oh, it's out of place. It's like, well, this is a big, fancy kind of large apartment complex. They're near the top, so it's going to be the elite who are living there. And they're trying to evacuate the place. They knock on a door, or they're knocking on the door after an alien's attack, and it's been scary and shit like that. And the guy's like this, oh, we're having a party with the Jensens. And then he slams the door in their face. It's a relatively quick thing. It's not super humorous. It's more just these, again, it is out of the place, but that's kind of the point. It's supposed to be out of the place. It's supposed to be like a, Jesus, some people are completely and utterly disconnected from what's happening. And then it's quickly resolved that they are then connected to what is happening because the alien goes in there and, again, this is spoilers, but you're watching review and I would do in-depth reviews in this case. All those people die relatively quickly. And I might even agree to some of these things. Like, there is some degree of over-the-topness that feels a little off, but it's not bad. It's not necessarily good. It's just a different choice that I'm not 100% used to seeing in an alien film, but it's not so far off. It's kind of like, again, I'm used to having potatoes and leeks in my potato and leek soup, and then somebody adds, like, oh, well, I also added a bit of mustard spice to it. It's like, well, that's an interesting, but mustard spice has kind of a strong spice thing, and that, especially put into a large potato and leek flavoring, I don't think it's actually bad. Or you could make, again, kind of add like a spice to it. You could add cayenne pepper to it. And I like this, you know what? I'm not sure if it works 100%, but it's not like it stands out. It's not like I decided to put, again, raw meat into the soup and it's not cooked and it's rotten. It's still within the realms of workability.
center in a strip club, and directions so amateurish that it makes Yui Bo look like Stanley Kubrick. In short, my experience with Alien Earth has been a fucking wild ride so far, and not in a particularly good way. Let us discuss. The show follows two main plot threads. Thread the first is set aboard a deep space research ship that's transporting all kinds of alien nasties back to Earth for experimentation, which is a bit of a weird idea in the first place. Like, why bring them all the way back to Earth when there's all kinds of jurisdictional issues, government oversight, and the potential for a containment failure that could spread to the general population?
Okay, so this is one of those things where you're using, again, and this is actually something you have to be aware of when you're doing like horror analysis, is that the characters, or let's put this in slightly different words. How shall we phrase this? The issue I see here is that you are confusing character actions, or you're confusing isn't that diegetic? Is it with an E? I thought it was diegetic. I guess it is with an E, huh? For some reason I thought it was with an A. That's my bad. Let's bring that back up here. So you're confusing diegetic and non-diegetic logical conclusions. Again, the characters do not know they are in a horror film or horror fiction. Again, where it could escape containment and all these things. Like, why would they ever do this? Let's go down the list. Why wouldn't they do this? This is all bad.
Place. Like, why bring them all the way back to Earth when...
Why bring them all the way back to Earth? Because that is where they are the resources are and the best labs are. Because that's where they are. Again, that's like, oh, well, why would you bring this back to America? Why didn't you just leave it off on this island or somewhere else like this? Well, because all our stuff is here. And also, well, why bring it back? Why would you bring it back into such a secure location inside of where you live in your own nation? Because it's secure. Maybe I don't want it in a facility in a more remote location because it is harder for me to control, profit from, mass produce, analyze. It's harder to do. Again, this is one of the things where like this, well, why would you might as well ask, well, why would these teenagers want to go up to this weird isolated cabin in the woods where anything could happen and they could be butchered by Jason Voorhees? Like, because otherwise there's no fucking fiction. And it's not that it's illogical, it's just like, you know that this doesn't work. You are confusing your privileged knowledge with what is available to the characters necessarily. Again, you know this doesn't work. Because here's the thing. We have done this for all manner of things. Let's just use the idea of, like, again, extremely infectious diseases that we might find out in the world. We bring them back to America and put them in a CDC facility. well, why would you do that? It could break out or whatever. Again, we do this all the fucking time. The point might be is that this is the time it doesn't work. But the only reason why you know it's the time that it doesn't work and the characters don't, and you're trying to use this difference in knowledge, the only reason you know it doesn't work is because it's a fucking alien show. Again,
And there's all kinds of jurisdictional issues.
jurisdictional issues. This is where I also start questioning whether or not they're actually paying attention to anything. Issues. Jurisdictional issues. It is explained, I believe, in the very first lines on screen. There's a little, there's like 3 or 4 lines that explains that there are 4 major corporations, one of them relatively new, that are all seeking, or maybe it's 3 corporations. Hold on, let me count. There's the one that's doing synths, the one that's doing hybrids, that's this one, and the one that's doing cyborgs. I think it's just 3 corporations. I think about it. Okay. Or maybe it's 4. I'm trying to, I can't remember. Again, I saw the first episode a couple weeks ago, and I can't remember the exact lines, but I'm fairly certain, about 85-90% certain, that it kind of explains that the world is controlled by these 3-4 corporations. That we don't live in a normal, we have nations and governments. What we have are these multinational corporations that either explicitly or implicitly control everything else. So the governments, the armies, all that other stuff, they are somewhat, to some degree, subservient to certain degrees to these larger corporations that have extremely, even if technically America and the American government is still in control of America and whatever and its assets, the real power brokers are like Weyland Yutani or something like that. So again, you say jurisdictional issues. Again, we're living in kind of a more of a corporate nightmare and mass control by corporations. There is no jurisdictional issues. You're literally trying to find problems and illogical aspects to this when there aren't really anything there. And more importantly, they already have they kind of given you the outline for this. The corporations control everything. There is no jurisdictional issues.
Government oversight and the
Government oversight. Again, what government oversight? What the fuck are you talking about?
potential for a containment failure that
Again, potential for a containment failure. Potential for containment failure. This one needs its own little special line. That is a major point of the whole Alien franchise, is that they like the Umbrella Corporation or Hammond and Jurassic Park, the arrogance and irresponsible actions of the Frankenstein slash Cold Corporation mindset. It's literally a feature. You're complaining, oh, these arrogant, stupid people are doing arrogant, stupid things. This gets into right here. Idiot characters doing idiot things. Of course, and I know he doesn't mean this in this way, but in many ways, this actually reveals the problem, whether he realizes it or not, is that he's blaming. It's like, okay, here's a cowardly person, and then going, it just makes no sense why this guy who's just a coward, I guess, does this cowardly act. He's a coward. That's what he does. That's his character archetype. How are you missing? How did you see the point and then completely and utterly misunderstand it? How can you see and understand and be conscious of the things that you're seeing, know what they are, and then completely and utterly misconstrue them unless you are so utterly biased? Again, this is a huge problem. Again, he says something like this, and people will nod their heads going up and down, going, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's really bad. That's really terrible." But it's just like, well, they're stupid. They're arrogant. Again, that's the point. That's kind of like, why would these people throw, like, why I'm sorry, like, why would Wayland Yutani send a message to or send along this message, this plan to capture this alien and make crew expendable? Do you know how much money and time it costs to train a pilot for one of those things, like Sigourney Weaver's character, like Ripley? And more importantly, they all have families. If they just mysteriously die, these families are going to start asking questions. That's a lot of headache for this corporation. Why would they do that? It's just so nonsensical. You notice how I can make anything that is just a perfectly sensible fucking feature of a goddamn storytelling, and I can make it sound bad if I just use stupid voices for it. And more importantly, you're literally, this is just summarizing a feature. Oh my God. A feature, and presenting it as if it was not intentional and a feature. This is literally the thing. How are you missing it? And again, I know how you are. This is what I'm talking about. This is the anti-intellectual pursuit, is to literally just rewrite the world to make people doing normal, natural, smart things into somehow a problem.
Could spread to the general population. Why not some isolated?
Oh, spread to the general population. Does the, or let's just do this. Do these corporations care? That would be the other things. Do they give a shit? Well, they live there. Maybe, but there's also other planets. I'm sure they have space stations that are just luxury. Like, do they care? Or more importantly, again, this is a self-destructive nature of people, is that oftentimes they will do things that are incredibly destructive to themselves because they're so used to everything working out for them that they can't imagine that something that could fail would actually threaten them. That might be why.
Colony or space station where you can do all your sinister corporate stuff in peace. Anyway, whatever. So the crew goes into hypersleep, but oh no, the aliens do what aliens always do.
And again, he talks about how there's like two threads. This is one thread. And it's like, it's not really the actual ship, I suppose, is kind of a thread, but honestly, it's resolved and kind of done with kind of quickly, for good or bad. Like, you have this guy, he's a thread in his pursuit and kind of the Wayland Yutani aspect of this, and then you have the Prodigy aspect with the hybrid synthetics. But like, again, he spent a decent amount of time on this the ship bringing it back, when it's actually, especially with the crew, you're not really supposed to care about them. Like, they are quick and disposable. You're just supposed to recognize, oh, these are kind of like the character. I imagine these characters are probably very similar to the characters I saw in Alien or Aliens, and out they're gone. Like, you're not actually supposed to care. You're just supposed to recognize that And in many ways, that's the kind of the cold, ugly nature of this. I kind of almost enjoy the fact that you don't get to know these characters too much, because it's kind of like, this is, in many ways, what corporations do with people is in many ways what war does, is that these are all expendable. You don't get the backstory of, in Saving Private Ryan or whatever, the guy who gets his arm blown off or gets blown in half or whatever. But again, the thing is that you get the same kind of, like, you get a taste of, these people had lives, they have past, they have loves, they have hates, they have all manner of different bullshit, and it doesn't matter to the grand corporate scheme. They are so expendable, even the movie expends them. That's a theme. This is a feeling that they're trying to give you with this.
And escape, kill most of the crew, and damage the ship's navigational system somehow. Flash forward a few months, and the ship crash lands in the middle of a crowded city on Earth. I mean, I'm pretty sure a ship of that size traveling at orbital velocity would impact with the force of a nuclear blast. And
again, so, like, yeah, I could almost agree with this, but again, this is just one of those things where, like, this is the conceit you have to give. They want it to crash land, all right, to create the chaos, all that kind of stuff. Like, getting upset like this, well, technically, according to actual physics, space travel's impossible like this. It's just utterly impossible that we could ever do this. And, like go interstellar space travel? That's just insane and stupid. We don't have that technology. It doesn't seem to exist. Like, you might as well get to that point.
Vaporize everything within a 10-mile radius, but let's not think about that too much. With casualties everywhere, search and rescue teams are sent in to secure the ship and rescue any survivors, only to realise there's something far more sinister on boards. The second thread follows Marcy, a terminally ill girl who's been taken to a private island by a billionaire. I'm not sure I like where this one's going.
So here's the interesting thing, is that I really do think, like, these guys either... I know they do have, like, a show to where they talk to each other, like him and Nerdrotic and others, and my research and looking into them. This is where you can see kind of the group think happening, and that everyone's review ends up saying the same thing. Cultish and very kind of hive mind, to where, again, there's this joke. Oh, the pedophilia joke. He's not a billionaire, he's a trillionaire, as he says. Oh, and it's an island. It's a research facility. Like, look, you talked about how you don't want dangerous things and or just secret, potentially governments would be upset with you, technology being brought. Why not just do it in an isolated, isolated place? Okay, so then when they do that, and it's on Earth and it's an island, because islands are easy in isolation by that very nature, also now you're making some kind of not Harvey Weinstein, what the hell is his name? Jeffrey Epstein argument. And again, notice this is that same kind of weird pedophilia joke that Nerdrotic made, that wanted to, that he then tried to connect to LGBTQ community, because some lady wrote a review, the very same review that Critical Drinker just brought up a little while ago, talking about how she's viewing and reviewing this through a queer theory lens, and then that was used as somehow, because I projected pedophilia and Jeffrey Epstein themes onto this, even though there's not really a lot of evidence for any of that necessarily, and it's a kind of a stretch. Like, I could almost see it, but it's kind of a stretch. But somehow, because somebody lays claim, even though she didn't really lay claim necessarily, lays claim to this media, they also are laying claim to the pedophilia. Like, you notice how, again, they're all laying the groundwork and saying the exact same thing. And it's just as bullshit from one to the other.
Anyway, Marcy's put through an experimental procedure to transfer her consciousness into a new android body as part of a larger project to extend human lifespan. Pretty soon she's joined by a gang of other kids who all went through the same process, and because I guess the writers are fans of Peter Pan, she becomes Wendy and the others take on the names of the Lost Boys.
They're not a fan of it. It's literally a theme. They're not a fan. They're not obsessed with it. They don't have to include it. They include it because there are thematic and narrative and philosophical implications or aspects that they want to call upon. That's, again, you think everyone is just as obsessive about things as you. Again, the Peter Pan thing is just narrative illusions and thematic element. It's just all right.
But you're not all boys. So? But I guess it doesn't really matter. All boys?
She becomes Wendy and the others take on the names of the Lost Boys.
Why is this frustrating? Notice he does this kind of joke.
Not all boys. So? But I guess it doesn't really matter.
Why does he? So he brings in again. I don't know that this is one of the Peter Pan movies, something like that. One of the editions of Peter Pan. But why is he bringing up like, oh, this is so terrible and awful? What them having the Peter Pan kind of like motif, thematic illusion, and like oh, they take on the names. Why wouldn't, like, that's kind of part of the thing. Like, why is this bad? I don't know if it's good or great. I don't think it's anything. I think it's just a perfectly, like, well, yeah, of course you're gonna do that. That's kind of like if I'm making some kind of, I want to bring in some kind of illusion that this is like a retelling and or has some thematic or plot narrative similarity, allusion to Greek mythology. I have my characters' names and they have some they have code names and they're going to be named Zeus and Hades and whatever. And I was, oh my God, why would you ever do this? Like, because I'm trying to signpost this a little bit. The fuck is wrong with you?
You know, I'm not entirely sure the writers understand the themes of Peter Pan.
This is going to be interesting.
I mean, I get that it's all cool and artistic to juxtapose a classic piece of children's fairy tale literature against the existential cosmic horror of the xenomorphs.
Yes, that's a fairly common thing, is to juxtapose that. It's also a common theme in the uncanny. If you look at this from either Freud or Lacan, the canny features children and the somewhat strange and hold on. Cannot spell today. Disturbing world. Thank you. Disturbing world of childlike fantasy. And again, I know you're an anti-intellectual dumbass, but people have looked into these things and thought about them, and they are kind of weird.
Because it's like a sharp contrast and stuff. But
It's actually not necessarily because of the sharp contrast. It's only sharp contrast to those who don't think about it. But again, there are many things about Peter Pan, if you understand the elements and themes of Peter Pan and all kind of children's fictions, is that there is a dark and strange aspect to Peter Pan. It's not that. Let's keep going with this.
can't shake the feeling that they're trying to fit a thematic square peg into a round hole with this one. Peter Pan
Okay, so it can't possibly fit. Why?
Man was a story about the childish fear of growing up, of taking on the responsibilities and burdens of adulthood, of getting physically older and inevitably facing up to their own mortality.
Yes, that's one of the themes. That's a couple. That's kind of a description of the themes. Yes, there is the theme of the fear of growing up. But another major part of the theme that's in the stories, not just the Disneyfied aspect of this. Again, you're just looking at Disney. You're not actually looking at. You're looking at one interpretation of it, that was done onto film and not the actual book. You're not looking back. And another big thing that is with, again, Peter Pan, is that this desire, that this fear of growing up, this fear of adult responsibilities, coupled with the other aspect, is that children are fickle creatures. Children are very strangely fickle creatures that, again, the responsibilities that they abandon or that they want to avoid, that Peter Pan wants to avoid, and many of those things lies a deeper, more connective love, like the fear of growing up and the fear of the responsibility of adulthood. By abandoning that, you also abandon any possibility for the love of a mother or father might have for their children. You also abandon many, many things. You also abandon the love for your mother and father. That's the other major theme of this, is that Wendy, all the children, all that, because they are children, because they are immature, because they do not have these kind of deeper connections, it is very easy for them to forget about their parents, to forget about their past and just live in this moment. And that in many ways is kind of a dark and rather weird, not quite brainwashy, but very, very kind of cold. And again, that's a major theme of Peter Pan, is that Peter Pan is incredibly irresponsible, incredibly selfish, incredibly self-centered, like all children. And again, that self-centeredness is all about the joy in the moment, in the moment, and just about yourself. And it has nothing to do with, again, your family, your friends, barely anything else. This is like, you miss the other half of this major theme, and the reason you're avoiding this, or you just never understood it to begin with, is because this is devastating to your overall argument that this cannot fit with within this theme. How would this fit into here? Well, if you're talking about what it means to be human, and especially because Wendy is very obsessed with her brother, perhaps in still a very childlike manner, but also it could be a thread of humanity that could be counterintuitive to the synthetic, immortal perfection that this guy seeks, that this boy Cavalier, the head of the Peter Pan figure. And again, Peter Pan, he says he just wants to have a conversation with somebody who's as smart as him. He just wants to have fun. Again, this is the intellectual Peter Pan kind of nature, is that he doesn't think and care about the consequences. He doesn't really care about the lasting impact. He doesn't care about other things. In many ways, again, his own desire for immortality. Here's the question you might do, and they might even bring in this up, is this: if you're immortal, do you care about your children? Unless you can make them immortal. But even then, even if you do, how much care do you actually have? Because if you are immortal and they're immortal, they're never going to go away. So do you really care about spending time with them? You could spend decades, centuries never seeing them, then see them and go, oh yeah, I remember kind of you. But like that's a potential possibility when you have something that, again, if you're immortal, you have, just like with money, he's a trillionaire. Does he care about money? Does he care about cost? Does he care about human cost? Does he care about resource costs? No, he didn't give two rat shits about anything. This is why, again, when I was talking about the Nerdrotic review, he's talking about, oh, why would they send these $1 billion things that are priceless prototypes, and other people are bringing it up. And again, those people were older, wiser people. Boy Cavalier is Peter Pan. He's suffering from that Peter Pan syndrome. The other half that you and Critical Drinker, it seems, probably don't understand is that he has no connection. Peter Pan even talks about it, is that I can't remember. I think it's either it's Wendy when she's like grown up or something like that, or one of the older adults. They talk about the heartlessness of children, and this heartlessness is expressed in their ability to just move on. And also not just move on, but to never really have that deep connection in the first place. Like, because they haven't developed it. They haven't developed that, like the mother who has a child, when that child dies, that mother doesn't move on. Not immediately. It takes a very long, because they had such a deep connection that is outside of their own personal, narcissistic, self-centered enjoyment. There was an externalization. They were chained down. They had an anchor. They had some kind of connection to something that is larger or that weighs near to the same as them, and thus they are not wholly free to float upon the breeze. Peter Pan is. The Lost Boys are, to a certain extent. So that's kind of, it's not necessarily, you could say, well, this could be good or bad, but from the perspective of how we normally view the world, whether we're adults or what we're teaching our kids, and how we view like communities and the ideas of setting up communities and civilizations and things that are long lasting, externalized, and we give a shit about them, rules, regulations, authority, all this manner of shit. From our perspective, this is a horrific way to exist. It's horrifying. It is antithetical to what we believe. You've missed this major aspect, and this is obviously being played into and featured into the show to some degree. That's why they're called the Lost Boys. It may be a bit on the nose or whatever, but again, he's at least somewhat semi-aware of what he's going for, is that he wants to create him as Peter Pan. He wants to have his Lost Boys, where they're all infinitely smart, infinitely strong, can live forever, and just fucking dominate and have fun, and there's no worries anymore. No connections.
Pan was a story about the childish fear of growing up, of
Again, it's not just the childish fear, there's the other half of it.
taking on the responsibilities and burdens of adulthood, of getting physically older and inevitably facing up to their own mortality.
Yeah, but then also, okay, does Peter Pan do this, or do the Lost Boys actually do this? So they're facing up to it. You're forgetting you're forgetting all of it, because Wendy and the Lost Boys and Peter Pan figure in the alienation, not alienation, I keep wanting to say alienation, the Alien Earth show, are in a state where those things don't exist. The responsibilities, they're in that part of the story. They're in that part of the story, or the Peter Pan figure is trying to make them into, or create them and mold them into this. He's trying to divest them of the cares and responsibilities, whatever lingering bits they have from childhood, to mold them, to brainwash them into this state of being. That's where they are in the story, in this particular part of the story. It's not like you're looking at the end point, like, oh yes, they had to confront the fears and their blah, blah, blah of all this. It's like, yes, but the big thing is that they have this fear, and then they run away from the responsibilities. They run away, and they initially have this fun. That's where they are in the point of the story. You're trying to say, well, why haven't these characters who haven't gone through this hero's journey arc kind of thing, why haven't they come to the conclusion, and why aren't they doing the thing that I want them to do? Because they haven't gone through the story yet. Again, this is this weird, privileged, like hindsight 2020 kind of a way of looking at narrative, and it's so awful.
This is a story about children literally placed into adult bodies that will never age, forced to grow up quickly and adapt to their new situation.
But they're actually not necessarily being forced to grow up. Growing up, again, you need to understand the words that you're saying. When you say grow up, you also know that they're being forced to deal with more mature and important kind of situations. They are, but they're doing so in a disconnected manner from normal growth, from what we would normally understand as growth. Again, this is literally a feature.
If anything, they're eager to become the adults on the inside that they look like on the outside. It's the exact opposite of Peter Pan. Ah, whatever.
No, it literally is not. Because, again, Peter Pan and the Lost Boys, in the book and elsewhere, again, they engage in what we might, again, it's not going to look normal to us because we have our own prejudices or our own biases when we think about maturity, but they engage in mature forms or somewhat weirdly maladapted forms that we might consider mature, such as war and battle and fighting and all of that kind of stuff. Like, this is literally, yes, it's not a one-to-one perfect kind of representation, but again, it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be kind of like a thematic element, a flavoring, not the entire course. These kids are being put through to become not adults, but malformed children who do mature things like kill, research, discuss philosophy or whatever, but lack the emotional maturity. They are being encouraged to psychologically develop faster. They have physically developed faster through the adult bodies. And again, Boy Cavalier doesn't want their emotionality necessarily to advance. What he wants is their intellect. Again, he wants... It's, again, just because it's weird. There's no way this could function the way he's trying to present it. It's utterly insane.
All seems to be going well for Wendy until news of the ship crash reaches them and she sees footage of her brother Joe going in with the rescue teams. She wants to help him out, so she petitions her superiors to be sent in with the Lost Boys as a rescue team, and for some reason, they actually agree to it.
It's not for some reason. Again, there is some debate and some talk to this, but again, it's not for some reason. Again, you're kind of missing the Boy Cavalier, whatever he's called, the head guy of this. He's Peter Pan. He's a reckless, arrogant trillionaire who, even with his most expensive toys, he has no connection to. Even with Wendy. And again, that's kind of a feature. That's kind of a major plot point in Peter Pan. When you think about it, is that as much as Peter Pan says that he loves and cares about the Lost Boys and Wendy and all of that, in many ways, what he does, his natural way of doing things, puts them in incredible harm's way and puts them at incredible risk. Why? We go back to it. Again, the heartlessness of children is that they don't really have that permanent care kind of bonding. It's fast friends, and then they fall out quickly. They become friends quickly. They become not friends quickly. Fast and quick emotions that do not have longer, deeper kind of connections. Boy Cavalier is Peter Pan breaking his fucking toys. Because at the end of the day, he doesn't necessarily care about the toy. What he cares about is himself. Now, again, this isn't taken to the caricature levels of extreme. And obviously there's some degree of deliberation, but he's willing to risk them because he wants to see how they perform. And he's a trillionaire. He can just get more kids. He knows how to do this. He knows the technology is successful. So let's test the prototypes. Why the fuck not? Now, obviously, you might say, well, like a more responsible kind of person. Yes, a more responsible person who cares about resources, who doesn't want to waste their opportunities. That's not this character. Again, you are pointing out features. You're saying that this cowardly character behaving cowardly was illogical and or not conducive to the crew group winning. Why did this coward run away from the scary monster when the hero had him pinned down for a second, rather than join into the fray? And they could probably have overpowered, and there's a good chance that they could have killed this psycho killer in this moment. Because the second the coward saw a way out, the coward ran, because the coward is a coward. You're talking about a feature. And again, just because it's not optimal doesn't make it illogical. It's madness. I'm noticing something. 1 second, let me check it. One moment. Oh no, we're good. We're good. Okay. Again, my sound was doing something weird on OBS. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Okay, I know what that is. All right, we're good. We're good. All right. Again, we'll continue on. Again, you're just not understanding theme and illusion. They're just not understanding. Not understanding. And this is just an example, because they do really have poor media literacy. This is what happens when you are illiterate, when you understand media. When you're trying to understand themes and illusions and how people tell stories. When you are illiterate, this is what happens. They are literally illiterate when it comes to this. They can see what's happening and they can summarize, but they don't understand, because it just became based on some broken, weird, self-centered idea of what stories should have done. They don't understand that other things can happen that don't match onto what I would have done in that situation. That's kind of literally all this is you're just projecting yourself into any character at any point in time and saying, I would do something different. Madness.
In the quiet words of the Virgin Mary, come again.
Like, you understand that you're basically sending children into a highly dangerous and highly traumatic situation with...
Why would he care?
No weapons or training, right? Aside from the fact that they could easily get destroyed and wipe out billions of dollars of investment.
Why would he care? Oh, but they're not going to be very effective. Then they're bad prototypes, and then he'll do something different. Why would he give a shit? He's also so arrogant that maybe he thinks they'll just do fine. And they're also super strong. Like, again, they're androids. Like, they get destroyed, bring them back, fix them up. If they're broken beyond repair, get a new kid, put it in a body. Why would he care? Oh, because it costs a lot of money. He's a trillionaire. Why would he care?
How do you think they're going to react when they see dead bodies and horribly injured victims?
I don't know. More data. He literally says that, like when they're looking at it and he's obsessing and watching through their eyes and getting sensory and cognitive data as they're processing all this stuff, and he's getting all kinds of crazy data shit. He's literally, there's a scene where he's like sitting on his chair like a child because he's very young himself, and again, Peter Pan syndrome. He is literally childlike, and he's giddy with glee because he cares only about information, about himself, about learning new things, about advancing himself. He's, again, this he doesn't care about traumatizing, and that's going to be a theme kind of also in the third episode. This is somewhat spoilerish, and again, he might have not seen the third episode because at the time of this review only 2 came out, but anybody who's not a complete and utter dumbass could probably see this coming, is that this will have impacts on them. The trauma and or fear and weird craziness that's going to happen is clearly affecting one of the characters in the third episode. Beyond the simple fact that they're also struggling with, as they all are to some degree, and it's, or they all could be and start struggling, is that they're all aware that their body died. Now we're going to start again. You talked about how, oh, this could have interesting implications and interesting discussions about what it means to be alive, and that whole kind of like, am I just a person or am I a copy of a person? Guess what? They're starting to introduce that in the second episode and the third episode. There's 8 episodes. The show could talk very well about these things. There's nothing at this point to like, oh, they haven't covered this yet. How the fuck would they? Why would they cover everything within 2 episodes? What are they going to do with the rest of the 8? Or the rest of the 6, I should say.
Shit like that can cause veteran soldiers to freak out. Never.
Again, even if they do, it gives him more data, more stuff, more information, more things to play with. He doesn't care. Peter Pan will lead the Lost Boys in a raid against Captain Hook, even though that could lead to one of the Lost Boys getting shot in the goddamn head by a fucking musket, or any number of terrible traumatic things. Peter Pan doesn't care.
Mind kids that have never seen anything more violent than an episode of SpongeBob. Ah well, just don't worry about it, I guess. So they get to the crashed ship and head inside, but oh no, it's been overrun by all the escaped alien species. There's a xenomorph on the loose, and they even had to contend with the ship's science officer who's got his own agenda. I said earlier, there's stuff I appreciate about this show, and one of those things is the world building. I've always been kind of curious what the Earth of the alien universe actually looks like, what daily life under Weyland-Yutani is like for the average citizen, how the culture and...
Also, you seem to be ignoring the fact that, again, I suppose you could understand that because those are the only corporations that you've heard of, but again, Weyland-Yutani and Prodigy is the one of the other corporations. There's other corporations, so life under Prodigy may be the same or different under Weyland-Yutani. It's a minor nitpick. I'm just pointing out that there's other things.
Even the cityscapes have changed over the years. And to its credit, Alien Earth makes a decent effort to show us this, explaining the balance of power between the various megacorporations who run the planet now, and what each of them is trying to achieve.
Notice how, again, the mega corporations, that then contradicts his, why would he say, remember way back in the day here, jurisdictional issues. Literally things that he says later on in his review have major insight and otherwise answer supposed problems that he tried to identify earlier on. Jurisdictional issues. What jurisdictional issues? They run the planet and the moon and other planets. What jurisdiction issues do you think they have? What government oversight is going to matter? They bring it in. The U.S. government says, what's that? Weyland-Yutani says, shut the fuck up. We fund you. Mind your own business. And then the government goes, yes, sir. Potential for containment failure. Again, maybe that one, but even then, they're arrogant and they don't care.
And big props to the production designers here. They've managed to strike that neat balance between replicating the rough and ready 1970s aesthetic and technology of the original movie, but updating it just enough in the right places to keep it consistent with actual progress in our own worlds. The concept of artificial life that was always kind of a side note in the Alien movies now forms the backbone of this show's story. What can you actually do with this kind of technology? What are the implications for human consciousness and our evolution as a species? It's interesting stuff, and the first episode takes the first tentative steps towards exploring these questions. The cast is a strong mix of experienced veterans and promising young talent. Timothy Oliphant is always an entertaining
Again, like, they do this. That's fine. And it's just weird how, like, oh, well, why would they send him in there? even beyond that, it's like, look, so that they can have more challenging, weird stuff to where, okay, how does a synthetic consciousness deal with human emotions? Or is it a human consciousness? Why don't we traumatize the character and then explore that? That's kind of like, look, that's why they're sending the kids in there. Because one, it's narratively and plot necessary, and it helps give them an easy way to have a drama later on that explores these very themes you're talking about. And then, yeah, for the most part, again, he's going to talk good. Yes, they're all fine. Most of the acting and the performances are fine.
But he's uncanny here as the android Kirsch, with his unblinking stare and his Roy Batty haircut. Babu Sise is another standout as the ship's science officer gone rogue, where you're never sure what side he's on. I don't know if they intentionally cast a guy who looks like Yaphet Kotto from the original movie, but either way the resemblance is uncanny.
Not really. He didn't really look like him that much. Like, I mean, they're doing like, okay, so the dress and the like, again, his clothes a little bit, but not really. Like, if we go back, now we can't do it here, but like, he doesn't really look like Yaphet. He not really. I mean, unless you're just kind of a racist and you're just like, oh, all these black people look the same. He doesn't really look like him that much. And again, mannerisms and voice, they're all way different. So even if you somehow say there's some kind of visual thing, again, mannerisms and voice go through a lot to create kind of an aesthetic kind of character and kind of an aesthetic person. So I don't
Original movie, but either way the resemblance is uncanny. And props to Sydney Chandler as Wendy, who's got just the right mix of wide-eyed innocence and steely determination, even if she's been lumbered with the worst haircut in all of Hollywood. Seriously, Lloyd...
They always have bad haircuts. It's a feature of sci-fi movies, especially if you're doing an aesthetic like this, to where you have weird mixture of sci-fi, but also like really retro... Sorry, I'm allergic to bullshit. That kind of retro thing. And sorry, like, a lot of haircuts back at this, like the 70s, were fucking terrible. 70s and 80s, or were terrible. So it kind of makes sense.
Christmas is not a character aesthetic you want to aspire to. Like I say, there's some great building blocks in place for this one, which makes it all the more frustrating when episode 2 takes a wrecking ball to them. Characters make absolutely absurd decisions, like splitting up and venturing all around a dangerous crashed ship.
No. I don't know what he's referring to. If he's referring to the splitting up. If he is referring to the search squad, that is stupid. Because they're trying to search through a large ship as quickly as possible. Of course, they're going... And again, it's just a ship. They don't... It's a ship. The only reason you think it's stupid and hostile is because you know it's got alien ship on board. For all they know, and all they would suspect, is that this is a ship, like this is like a Greenpeace ship that just lands on there. Do you think that the Marines or some Coast Guard rescue squad that sees a beached or crashed large like Greenpeace vessel, do you think they're going to enter in there like super armored up, like, oh, we got to be prepared, we're going to get ambushed by Al-Qaeda? No, I think they might go in there generally armed, perhaps, but they're going to go in there just like, well, maybe there could be some issue. I don't know, probably not, but better safe than sorry. But like, they're not going to go in there immediately thinking we need to go in here like hard and fucking destroy it. So again, also splitting up. They split into fairly large squads, at least 3-4 people amongst them, to cover more ground. That's stupid. If he is thinking about the Lost Boys splitting up, that is also stupid, because they kind of explain, again, they are very limited, and they don't really split up because they necessarily want to. they split up because Wendy wants to go get her brother exclusively, and she is being forceful on this. And again, the main guy, holy shit, I just literally forgot the character's name. Hold on. It will come to me. It will come to me. What was his name? It was something. Oh, shit. What? It's on the tip of my tongue. The white-haired Oliphant character. His name is... What? What the fuck is his name? Kirsch! I got it. I was like, this Tash? No, what? Kirsch! Again, Kirsch doesn't necessarily like this idea of her going off, but she's very insistent on going off. So he's kind of like, okay, fine. I can't remember which one he sends with the with Wendy. He says, "You go with her. You know, keep track of her, keep her company, whatever. Go with her." And then the others are gonna go and find the science quarter or whatnot and explore. I don't even think, again, they separate early on because she wants to leave, and then the rest of them go to the ship. Oh, okay, I guess we're gonna explore, look into this. It looks like it might be a research vessel, so they don't know what's on board initially. Pretty sure they just go on board because they're being sent in there. Okay, search and rescue, but also the idea is, hey, this is a Weyland-Yutani research vessel. Maybe it's got some fun stuff in there. Go in there and get me it. Wendy goes, I want to find my brother. Okay, fine. You go with Wendy. The rest of us go here. It's not that stupid to split up. I don't know what else he's talking about with splitting up. Those are the only things that I can think of that happened in episode 2 that are splitting up. And none of them are at all egregious. And again, the only reason you think they're stupid, the only reason you think / know it is bad idea is because you have the privilege of being the viewer. Again, this is what happens when you have bad media literacy, is bad media literacy taking the form of ignorance of one's own view, one's own status as a as a viewer. You need to be aware of this. If you are going to be analyzing this, you need to be aware that you are responding to this or thinking about these things, that if you want to be diegetic, go into the world, go into the universe, and put yourselves in their shoes, you have to be aware that you have to do this. Otherwise, you're just I don't know, armchair fucking talking about, oh, why would these crazy kids go to this isolated this cabin in the woods when they should know that Jason Voorhees is there and is going to kill them. It's like this. You only know that because you know this is a fucking Friday the 13th movie, because you bought the ticket to go into the theater, you moron.
Filled with unknown alien life forms instead of a...
They didn't know it was full of unknown alien life forms. I'm pretty sure they didn't. I would have to go back and watch it again, but I'm fairly certain they did not know it was full of alien life forms. They just knew, I think based on its size and type, even then, I think that was something that was evolving. Their knowledge of what this was evolving, even as they were like arriving to the scene, is that this was a research vessel, a deep space research vessel. There could be AI on there. There could be weapons. There could be biological weapons. There could be alien species. There could be all manner of shit on there. Or there could be not much. They don't know. Not initially. Again, you only see this as a flaw because you know what this is, because you are the viewer.
Up and venturing all around a dangerous crashed ship filled with unknown alien life forms instead of immediately evacuating and calling for backup.
Call for backup who? They are the people who go in there. If you're talking about, especially about the crew, the search squad, the search and rescue squad, they're probably the people who'd be called in. And guess what? They go in there, and then there's tons of people on the outside doing this emergency response. Hundreds of other soldiers, like, and or at least dozens and dozens of other soldiers. Oh, why don't they just leave and call for backup? That also doesn't make sense, because if this is full of strange technology, wouldn't, again, Boy Cavalier, the head of Prodigy and whatever, wouldn't he want to get it with as little exposure as possible, and then steal it and take it and put it into his own little menagerie? Because again, it's also somewhat of a ticking clock, or there's some issues there, because this is a Weyland-Yutani vessel, and Weyland-Yutani is already wanting to contact them and say, hey, this is our fucking ship. We want it. We want to send in a crew to recover it. And he's saying, no, that's what lawyers are for, and drawing up treaties and all that kind of stuff. So there is a bit of a potential ticking clock in that we need to get in there, get all this stuff, and then take it away, so that then when the lawyers come in and say, we want all of the things that are on here, he can say, well, here's the ship, and here's all the stuff that was on the ship. Weyland-Yutani then has to accept that, because otherwise they would have to say, well, hold on a second, we had all this alien, weird, crazy shit on this ship. They won't say that. Your own kind of previous comments answer your own problems here. It doesn't take a logical leap to understand this.
Dialogue is so on the nose and weighed down with exposition that I felt like I was...
People keep saying this weighed down by exposition. What the fuck are you talking about? There was not a lot of exposition here. Not necessarily. Like, there's honestly, there's not a ton of dialogue in the... I mean, it's a regular amount, I suppose. And I just don't understand what they think is exposition versus not. And exposition is not bad. Exposition is incredibly necessary. And it's the only way in which stories can actually function. There are ways in which you can do it that are maybe more clever, perhaps, that are more interactive and or visual. But either way, you still have to have some kind of explanation of things, and that is exposition. That is explanatory expositional dialogue, usually. It's not like it's the worst thing in the world. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. And obsessing over this, and again, this weird... Give me an example. I know, I'm afraid to show it, or, because copyright strike. Then, I don't know, you watch the show, you can probably rewatch it again, because, you can just, it's on FX or whatever, you can probably rewatch it or find ways. Find a way, find that dialogue, find that scene, get me the transcript, and then either say, basically recite the problematic dialogue, and then explain why it's problematic. Why is this exposition that you've noticed bad? It doesn't take that much more work. You could fit it in. It's not going to make your video that much longer. Maybe a couple more minutes longer, but it'll add infinite fucking value. Otherwise, this is just a non-statement.
Listening to an audio description of what was going on. I know people talk about second screen viewing, but this really isn't a
Notice he's bringing up, like, again, there's this hive mind. And again, this is why, like, why would you watch Critical Drinker if you watched the Nerdrotic thing? Or vice versa. They're all in the same thing. And they talk about cabals of people. I'm sure they have conspiracy theories about cabals of SJWs trying to take over the industry. But this right here is an example of a cabal, or some kind of weird fucking this weird group that is trying to manipulate the narrative by every single one. Again, if you watch all 5 or 6 or 7 of these guys, however many of them are in the group, they're all going to repeat the same thing. There's secondary viewing, because they heard about this term that's been developed by the very same kind of critical media literacy people that they hate. And now they're now they're like this. No, this is stupid. And, it's secondary viewing, because now the viewer, the fan of the critical drinker, the nerdrotic, is now going to, even without realizing that what they're saying has nothing to do with the media, they're just going to spout it off. No, it's problematic because it's like just secondary viewing. Like, you're just supposed to kind of have it on the background while you're on your phone. How so? What makes this particular piece of media secondary viewing versus other pieces of media? And is that the problem of this media, or is this the problem of you? And more important, what are you talking about here?
Joe that should aspire to that kind of bullshit benchmark. Joe, Wendy's brother, is such an unbelievably incompetent pussy that I was actually rooting for the guy to get killed.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and say right now, I understand that these guys' understanding of masculinity and anything that isn't Arnold Schwarzenegger killing people by the thousands must be just some kind of pussy thing. But the guy, okay, he's incompetent. He's not, actually. He's not at all characterized as incompetent. He's actually characterized as relatively assertive and knowledgeable at his base. And again, professional. He makes comments, he moves on. He's not shocked by dead bodies. He's not incompetent with them. He's not doing stupid stuff. He's, again, just imagine a competent emergency responder with a kind of professionalism, checking bodies, making sure they're good, bad, whatever, moving relatively quickly. Again, is he a gung-ho fucking Marine? No, but he's not supposed to be. Why would he be a gung-ho Marine? He's a fucking medic. But he's also not like this mewling pussy. He's just not. I don't know what show they're watching. On many times, he makes comments that are insightful. Again, when people are running around screaming when they first arrive on the crash site, again, he with a relatively calm and simple, straightforward kind of movement, he doesn't stop to worry and care for some people who are injured or whatever. He does the kind of classic, very professional emergency responder kind of thing. Is that, he's basically doing the yellow, red, black card kind of mentality, to where like he's looking and assessing people and going, 810 to the left, 810 to the left, 810 over there. And he's giving some basic commands to both people, but also I think he gives a couple of commands to even the other Marines, and saying like 810, set up the 810 over here. I think he says something like that. I seem to remember him saying something along those lines to people around him, because that's his area of expertise, is, again, being the medic. The rescue part. The search and combat aspect is everyone else's. It's not really his job. He's just there to ride along with these Marines, or security force. Not really Marines, it's security force, to do this. And he does so perfectly fine. He makes insightful comments about the dead bodies they find from the old crew that got killed by various aliens, but he also doesn't linger over them. He's not shocked and horrified by terrible death. He's not even scared by it. He makes general insightful comments, but moves on. All of those things are perfectly in line with somebody who is not a pussy, not a fucking ineffectual dweeb, you're just responding to the fact that, again, he's not a muscle-bound fucking roided out dude. Like, he's just a normal-looking guy. They all are, because guess what? The vast majority of people, whether they're medics or Marines or Army or security forces, they're not giant fucking people. They're, for the most part, going to look like relatively fit individuals. That's it. Like, they're going to you put some gear on them, you wouldn't know whether or not they're actually strong or not. They're just going to look average because that's the vast majority of people. They're just average. I don't know. This is, again, you're trying to find, and you're like saying, oh, look, he's all ineffective. This scene right here, again, he's wanting you to make you feel like, oh, well, he's a scaredy cat coward. This is literally after a alien chased him down a corridor and nearly fucking ripped his goddamn head off. And it slammed into the elevator that he managed to get into, making a massive dent. Also, what you seem to forget is that there's this scene right before he gets chased. They're going down a staircase, him and his 2 squad members. They hit a point where the staircase is broken and they have to leap to the floor below, which is kind of a risky thing. And one of them immediately does it. Gung-ho guy immediately jumps and does the jump. Second one goes, all right, fuck it. Yeah, let's just do this, fuck it. And then she jumps. And then they kind of like egg on, like, it's all right, come on, man, jump. Just fucking do it. And he's, again, because this is a stupid thing to do. There's no real reason to it, but all right, fine. All right, he backs up a little bit, gets himself prepared, kind of calms himself a little bit, because, again, he's not this big physical fucking fighter dude, which why would he be? He's for the most part a civilian-minded individual who is in a security detail. Like, he's a medic. He's more medic than combat dude. So, okay, he takes a second. But here's the interesting thing. There's a hole in right above him. That's a big dark area. And as he steps back and he's preparing to kind of do the jump, a little bit of the alien's fucking drooling spit falls on his shoulder. And he immediately notices it. And instead of, like, I don't think he touches it, instead of, like, being kind of immediately, like, just weirdly, what is this? What's going on? Instead, what he does is he turns around and looks up at that hole in a very, like, it's serious but very suspicious manner, and he reaches and pulls his gun, his sidearm, and points it competently into at the hole. Because it's like, what the fuck is that? Something just dribbled on me, and it's not water. Maybe the pulling the gun is a little bit too quick, but immediately he senses something is wrong. And then, as we're staring at the hole, and as he's kind of pointing his gun at there, and it's this kind of tense moment as we're zooming in on the hole, zooming in on him, we see the alien head poke down ever so slightly, and he goes, oh, fuck, because it's fucking big and weird, and he runs and jumps, because immediately he makes an assessment, probably a wise one, that, yeah, I don't want to fuck with that. I don't want to fucking sit on this precarious little ledge and have a close quarters gunfight with whatever the fuck that is. He leaps and jumps. The thing jumps at him. He falls 1 story below his fellows, losing his gun because he jumps awkwardly, hits the platform, doesn't quite make it, falls down to the next one. Alien falls down with him, nearly grabs him, and then they run down the corridor. Again, just because he's not successful in murdering things a dozen times doesn't mean he's not masculine, I guess would be the word.
Brother is such an unbelievably incompetent pussy that I was actually...
And again, he's just not incompetent. He's just not immediately successful at things. That doesn't mean that he's incompetent. That just means that he's maybe unlucky, and he's dealing with something that is difficult to solve.
For the guy to get killed, since it's clearly what he wants. Seriously, how did this guy ever make it through basic training? He looks like a strong breed.
He probably didn't go through basic training, and what basic training is, like, I'm sorry, what do you think basic training is? It's basic. Especially for something like this. It's not like this is some elite fighting force or even the Marines. This is a security fucking search and rescue. This is the National Guard. Like, or a basic army thing. Do you honestly think that, like, you're gonna go through an army National Guard basic training and come out some kind of fucking, concrete chewing badass, ultimate badass? Like, no. What? Again, you're projecting weirdness onto here, and then because it doesn't match up to your weird Hollywoodized understanding of reality, then somehow a more realistic or just down to earth depiction of people in a semi-militaristic setting, oh, they don't match up to my, my Arnold Schwarzenegger fantasy, so it must be stupid.
Or a harshly worded tweet would absolutely break him. Also, the idea of having children in adult bodies facing off against aliens might have sounded good in a brainstorming session where everyone was high on coke, but the reality is...
Again, and here's the funny thing is that, at least for a while, spoilers, the third episode kind of resolves this a little bit. Like, it's going to continue on with some problems, but the issue of the alien, at least initially, and the children having to face it, is resolved by the third episode. And maybe he doesn't know that, but again, they don't do this much. Like, and again, why not? Like, it's literally, it's like, oh, the idea of having children, 13-year-olds, having to fight against a demonic entity in the Stephen King's It. Oh, it just sounds like it might sound like a good idea when you're coke fueled, but it's terrible. And that actually would make more sense, even though technically it's like, well, no, but that's the whole point. It's like, it's children being forced to fight against this. And yeah, you put them in adult bodies. It still is psychologically children, but physically super strong soldier. You could have some weird mix-up. It's an interesting thing. It makes more sense here than in It, even though It was probably actually cocaine-fueled. As a side note, again, Stephen King was a major, I believe he was a coke and meth fiend back in the day when he was writing, so that's why a lot of his stories are pretty fucking weird. But either way, it's just a weird non-issue. All of these things they're bringing up are non-issues.
The Lost Boys are annoying as fuck, completely idiotic, and there's far too many of them to do any real character development. The first two Alien movies were compelling.
Okay, they're all annoying as fuck. They're kids! Kids are fucking annoying.
And there's far too many of them to do any real character development.
It's 2 episodes. We have 2 episodes of an 8-episode series. 2 episodes. There hasn't been enough characterization. There's 2 episodes.
The first two Alien movies were compelling because for the most part the humans were smart and logical and made...
The humans were smart and logical. For the most part. Actually, no. They made bad decisions. They made decisions based on the logic that they had available to them at the time, which, again, you are ignoring with this show. And, again, this is this weird... There's also, again, especially with these kind of nerd, so-called nerd things, and there's this... That's not supposed to be defecation. Deification of the past media, and it's just weird where you're turning into almost like this god, like this unquestionable masterpiece of existence that is this movie, and everything in it is perfect, and anything that isn't exactly like it is imperfect. And it's just like, dude, like, it's just this weird obsession, that can never be satisfied. I love Alien. I think it's a great movie. I think it's an absolute fantastic movie. And I would agree with this statement. The problem is that this statement has nothing to do with whether or not the new one, people are making illogical, bad, or immature decisions or not. And if they are, it's just like this, that we have the same level of immaturity and bad decisions and illogic and problems in Alien. They're human, they're fine, they're written well. That you can have these things. You're not explaining, even if you want to try to make this point, explain to me how one form of media is illogical, this one is logical.
The best decisions they could under the circumstances. You rooted for them because you understood them, and you...
No, you didn't. You didn't root for them because you understood them. Okay, let's ask you, Critical Drinker. This character right here, the female in the foreground. 1, what's her fucking name? And 2, what is her background? 3, what's her motivations, her general desires and wants? What's her characterization and character archetype? And why do you care about her? You don't get a lot of that in this film. For any of them. For any of the characters, you don't get a. You get some general archetypical things, certainly. But again, he's talking in this like mythological, my God, these characters, I know them like they're the back of my hand. No, you don't. There's not much there. You've just seen the movie and you've fantasized and imagined and you've created through fan fiction, through your own kind of insane mind, you've created backstories and things around them. So here's the question. What's her name? Do you actually know what her name is? The character's name. Does anyone know? I know. That character's name is Lambert. Now here's my question for you. What's her first name? What is the name? What is Lambert's first name? What's her first name? Is Lambert her first name?
Best decisions they could under the circumstances.
So this character right here in the foreground, that's Lambert. Is Lambert her first name or her last name? It's probably her last name, if we were maybe to imagine this, but also we're not quite sure. Is Parker, Yaphet Kotto, is Parker his first name or his last name? Brett, is that his first name or last name? Dallas in the background, played by Tom Skerritt, is Dallas his first name, his last name, or a nickname? I think it is Dallas is his last name. I think those are all last names. But here's the question. What's their first fucking name? We know Ripley's first name is Ellen. Ellen Ripley. What's Kane's first name? Ash. Parker. Brett. Lambert. Dallas.
For them because you understood them and you identified.
How do you understand them? Really, you understood Lambert. I guarantee you, everybody who's watched this is frustrated when Lambert gets all scared and petrified and Parker has to rush in. When the alien is threatening her, Parker has to rush in to try to save her and he ends up getting killed. And then Lambert is killed right afterwards. And we're all like, this goddammit woman, why didn't you run, you crazy, stupid... Like, we can understand it, but at the same time, I could easily see people getting frustrated saying, stupid woman, it's just illogical. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's scary, but you'd think if someone was scared, they'd run away. Because that's what happens when you get scared. You run away. She didn't run away, so it's just stupid. It's dumb. Once again, I could do this in the exact same way with Alien for anything if I am motivated to hate the thing.
With them. I don't care about any of the Lost Boys because 1, they can't feel pain or injuries. 2,
that's a stupid kind of thing. That has nothing to do with whether or not you care about a character or what happens to them. People cared or had some general kind of sympathy or whatever with Bishop, and Bishop was a synthetic. And yet when he gets torn in half, you still kind of feel a little bad for him, right? You feel a little sad for him. You feel like, oh shit, he just got fucking ripped in half. Holy hell. You feel a little bad. You kind of like him, even though he's synthetic and he doesn't have... You kind of like Bishop by the end, especially by the end. You like the Bishop. The old Bishop. Again, they can't feel pain, but they can feel psychological pain and terror and all those kind of things. It's just, you don't want to. This has nothing to do with whether or not there is elements in here that could make you care about a character. The thing is that you have predetermined, for the most part, you don't want to, or you are determining after the effect, and you're rewriting your own fucking emotional response to this to better match onto what you want it to be now.
With them. I don't care about any of the Lost Boys because 1, they can't feel pain or injuries. 2, they can't be impregnated by facehuggers. And 3, well, they're fucking idiots. Even the Xeno...
Again, they're idiots. Explain. How? How are they idiots? And also, they're kids. They're supposed to be idiots. If they weren't idiots, you would then go like, how would this child who has a childlike mind do all these crazy complicated things and immediately understand how to do this and have this mature response? It makes no sense. Notice again, this is just motivated reasoning and Jesus. Adversarial critique. It is literally designed, the critique is literally designed to denigrate, to degrade, well, or to be negative no matter what. This is literally just shit talking in critique form. Again, shit talk is not meaningful. Shit talk is not accurate. Shit talk is not truthful. Shit talk is not even quite entertaining. Shit talk is only entertaining if you already are pre-motivated to dislike the person. Again, this has nothing, what he says here has nothing to do with the media. It does not inform you about the media at all. All it does is entertain you with, haha, he said yo mama so fat. That's the equivalent.
Morph is kind of retarded now. One thing that people seem to overlook about the aliens is that they're not really out to kill you. Yeah, they sometimes...
I'm trying to figure out what alien movies, like, again, are you just looking at the first Alien? Or it maybe parts of the second? Because I hate to tell you this, the alien is a fairly aggressive fucking creature. Alien 3 murders a shitload of things. Alien 2 kills and, yeah, it captures a lot, but that's because it's got a nest formed. Until the nest is formed, again, in Alien, this movie that you're deifying, the alien doesn't capture and put into storage anything. Well, there's no eggs there. Again, they might try to find eggs, or you're just left with this thing like this, that the alien could, maybe it wants to, and it does indeed capture one by the end of the second episode. And the big thing is that it does kill things. It's like an ant. And I don't know if you've ever seen ants. Ants are very, very single-minded. Is that they can go from just absolutely destroying all manner of shit with unstoppable, unquestionable, unreasonable fucking aggression. And then it'll go and then all of a sudden start to just on a flip of the switch, start gathering things and bringing back to the hive. It is an incredibly aggressive species. Again, they take it a little bit slasher territory with it to a certain extent, but it's not that egregious. And I'm sorry, you're just, again, you're projecting your own fan fiction of what the alien does and ignoring massive amounts of evidence that would suggest that, yeah, the alien does actually murder the shit out of people all the time.
One thing that people seem to overlook about the aliens is that they're not really out to kill you. Yeah, they sometimes cause collateral damage and...
Yeah, they sometimes cause collateral damage. This was completely and utterly unnecessary. It is a angry, vicious, destructive son of a bitch that, unless there's other pressures on it, will defend the territory, the hive, and kill and destroy anything that threatens it or itself. Like it's an incredibly aggressive species. Oh, it'll do collateral damage. How is this collateral damage?
The heat of battle, but what they really want is to capture...
Heat of battle. It stalked them. It wasn't challenged. It stalked to kill them. And again, they had the initial little bit, it's just like the aliens thing, to where they capture, they still killed, and yeah, they captured a few of them to be impregnated, sure, but again, for the most part, they try to kill everything that comes out, that is around them. In Aliens, they're incredibly aggressive, and after the initial ambush, for the most part, they're trying to kill everything.
Or at the very least, they're so aggressive that the thing might very well die in the process.
Capture you and use you as a host to reproduce. Here though, the xenomorph just mindlessly butchers every human it comes into contact with, like Leatherface after several pints of Red Bull.
It's also alone. And also it doesn't. Because, again, maybe plot armor, but at the end of episode 2, spoilers, the brother is kidnapped by the alien and taken away. And spoilers for episode 3, he is cocooned up in a location that is a safe little location to where it probably plans on going back, getting an egg, putting the egg near his body to, again, reproduce. But for the most part, it is a fairly aggressive species. Again, it crash landed, it was under attack or invasion as far as it's perceived. It's going to kill and destroy things. And also try to reproduce. These things aren't mutually exclusive. And again, you might as well why would it want to kill and destroy all these things? I don't know, because it's a fucking animal. You let loose a Bengal tiger in a crowd, it's probably going to attack the fuck out of everybody in there. And the alien is an even more aggressive fucking species than that.
It's so reductive and boring, and it misses the real horror of what these things are about. I mean, it's not exactly hard for the alien to do what it does either. Alien Earth slides neatly into one of the tropes that I absolutely despise in movies. Humans with guns that never work because they magically forget how to use them because the script says so. I'm not kidding, there's easily...
Okay, so that point right there, it literally falls. They are startled they are kind of startled and shocked. Makes sense. And it's falling. They can't get a beat on it. And then it's underneath them. They can't shoot at things underneath them. And then, oh yeah, it does the trope of the guy who gets terrified. That's because the thing's 2 inches from his face and he's terrified. I'm sorry. It might be somewhat tropish, maybe, but it's not that terrible of a trope, and it's a fairly common one. Like, yeah, you're staring at this massive fucking 8 foot, 9 foot tall creature that looks aggressive as all hell with big old teeth, and it's inches from your face, and your gun is pointed at the ground awkwardly. Like, yeah, you don't have a lot of
forget how to use them because the script says so. I'm not kidding, there's easily 4 or 5 different scenes where a human character could absolutely...
Like that right there. Okay, yeah, maybe he reacts quickly, but he still dies.
wipe out the xenomorph with a single blast of a pulse rifle.
And again, they don't really have pulse rifles. I don't think those are pulse rifles. Those are different style of rifles. You can assume that there is some type of pulse rifle, but again, they may not be because this is not a Marine force. This is a security search and rescue force.
But they either hesitate at a crucial moment or...
Again, oh, this guy hesitating or he fails to do it. He's getting blasted with glass.
Or miss an easy shot or just stand there like fucking assholes. It's embarrassing and completely infuriating in a show like this. Ultimately, it's hard for me to know what...
Again, characters making mistakes equal bad media.
What to make of Alien Earth because it's offered up such wildly conflicting extremes. Is it going to be a smart and mature sci-fi horror with philosophical undertones, or a dumb as fuck slasher action flick with the alien name plastered over it?
Why can't it be both? Alien franchise has done both. The first one and the second one. They're both incredibly tonally different. One is slasher horror serious. Aliens is a bit less serious, more combat orientated, fucking extreme action movie. Both are good.
Only 2 episodes in, so I can't say for sure at this point, but my hopes for this one are rapidly fading.
You didn't have any hopes. You just didn't. You saw it, you thought it was decent, but again, your brain is so hardwired to hate on anything that you nitpicked it. You then got with your friends. You all reviewed it together, nitpicked it to hell and back again, and gassed each other's problems up until now you actually think that this minor thing that you reflexively, paranoidly attached to and said, oh, this is terrible and evil, you now are just you've gassed it all up. Now you write your review to where everybody says, I'm willing to bet you if I find I think they have a podcast. I'm pretty sure they have a podcast. If I were to look at the other people's videos, it's all going to say the exact same thing. It's almost the exact same wording. Now, that could indicate two things. One, if they were independent and separate, that might indicate, well, okay, maybe this media is this. But seeing how they all have a podcast together, they're all saying the same thing. It's just like, well, it just sounds like you all groupthink your way to hate this. It's silly and nonsensical, and it's not very good. This way of engaging with media, again, it is not good. It is it's a vicious cycle to where you are going to just kind of never have any fun. And again, I fall into this same kind of trap too. I can be very hypercritical to a certain degree of many different things, but I don't know. There's just something really, really fucking weird about the way they approach media. And it's honestly ugly. It's ugly. It's not just weird, it's ugly. So, enough with that. We have entertainment to do. We have games we could play. I'm kind of getting a little frustrated, and I'll be honest, I was playing a bit of whatchamacallit, Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. And I decided, you know what? Let me play through Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate a little bit more, and let me do some melee stuff. Maybe like a hunting horn or something like that. I started playing with it. I swear to God, that maybe it's just because I certainly kind of suck at the game, but dear Lord, does the melee combat suck in that game. God, it's awful. Like, it is really, really bad. It feels so awful. It feels so bad half the time. That it's really hard for me to get into. Like, again, obviously, like the range stuff. Range is easy because you can stay at range, but the fact that you get tagged by almost anything, just the monster movie can tag you. Between that, wind pressure from almost anything that has wings, constantly has wind pressure. The fact that you just don't seem to do a lot of damage, realistically, and this is still in low rank, and it just feels bad. It is so much harder. And okay, that's fine. All right, a little bit difficult. But the big thing is this, I just feel like it just, especially when you compare it, because again, I started with World, then I moved on to Rise, then you move on to Wilds. And I can still go back to World and enjoy World, even though World is a little bit more clunkier than Wilds. That's perfectly fine. Or Rise, I can go between these. They all feel fine. For You is still stuck in that kind of really, just really bad feeling era of Monster Hunter. I know this might be controversial to say for Monster Hunter people, but I feel like For You and perhaps even 3U, it just feels and plays awful. It is so clunky. It is so slow. Every hunt. Now I know, again, they're talking about all these hunts are too fast and wilds. They're taking like 5-10 minutes max for these super hard things. I want my 25-minute grind. It's like this. Jesus Christ. Like, it's 25 minutes, not because it takes 25 minutes to kill the creature. It's just it's 25 minutes because the turn-based action nature of especially melee combat is that, like, I just if controls were just a little bit better, I could dodge roll, go back into combat, attack in and around their attacks so much faster. And then, like, the hitbox stuff on it is terrible to where, like, again, they do a move, their whole body becomes a hitbox half the time. And especially depending on the move. And they have also chip damage to where when they move, like they're doing that like they move in like they stand in one place and they just kind of turn to the side until they're facing you, then they try to attack you. Very, very clunky, old school. Even when they're just doing the little turning thing, they're just turning like a turret, they actually can chip damage, knock you. Quite a few of the monsters have a little bit of chip damage knocking on their turning. So you're in melee hitting them in the window to do damage to this creature, and it's chip damaging you, knocking you, stunning you, you fall down, and then you're done. It's like, wow, that's really, really terrible. This feels absolutely awful. I don't know. I might play a little bit of. I was playing a bit of 3U. I feel like it controls slightly better than 4U. So we might do 3U. We're still near the beginning there. So maybe we go to 3U and just kind of work our way through these two things, these two older games. But we got to get that set up here. So let's see if we can get that set up. Also, I feel like, again, I know I have shader. I know I have like a shaders and updated textures on both of these games, but I feel like I like the look of 3U better than 4U. And it's funny. People are talking about the underwater combat as being like the worst thing ever. I actually don't mind the underwater combat. Like, I haven't done a ton of it yet, but I don't necessarily mind it. I was fighting like a Legiacris. Again, it's this narrative moment where you can't kill the damn thing, but I didn't mind it.
Okay, yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and end right there. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Until next time, and as always, I hope you have a good one. Sorry about that. Had to mute my mic for a second, then I unmuted and muted it again, and then left it muted for a bit. That's my fault, but it happens. Anyway, I will see you all next time. Thank you for being here.